I guess it's day 6 of the Vapi challenge. I'm probably gonna work for a couple hours, log off for some meetings, and then come back in to continue what I'm working on. Right now, I'm probably not gonna be working on the Vapi challenge. I'm gonna just be finishing up some work, some client work that I have to do. So let me just share my screen. First client work I want to kind of finish up. Let me go to retail. Okay, stop sharing real quick. Um, okay. First thing I want to kind of do is um so let's see. Yeah, I'm just calling. I talked to Jimmy before. I'm just calling to make sure he's still coming to my house in a few hours. Alozie Bakwe. Yeah, and my first name is Alozie, so it's Alozie, and then my last name is Ibakwe, Igbokwe. 470-268-8802. Um, Alozie2k at gmail.com, Alozie2k at gmail.com. Yeah, I am. Yeah, that's what I am expecting. No, that's it. Thank you. All right, let me go share my screen again. I'm gonna work on another project. I think I already the same project I was working on last time. It's just do 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 do. How many? I have so many stuff open. It's just an automation for callbacks and texting people if they don't and pick up their phone. Okay, let me go open AI. Mm, All right, I need to focus up. Let me put no, I don't have to put anything on it now. I'm gonna go to my playground. And let me put. Do I have earbuds? No, I forgot this one doesn't have. Oh, it's so annoying. Whatever. Logs. Let's go logs. Oh, this it gives you logs for the MC tool you use. That's cool. Okay. I'm to math tutor stuff here. Let me create assistant. Okay, let me create a prompt. Freelancing. So, okay, SMS prompt. Property. We were advertising on Facebook ads. These leads be call these leads 4 times. They haven't picked up. So it's now your job to send follow-up messages to get them to engage. The first message we will send won't be from the lead. it will be a basic message called message that says start SMS flow, and you will send an initial message of Can you look at this flow? Look at this flow and gather all the qualified questions asked here. It says start SMS flow with the name of the lead, and property they filled out a form for. Then you'll send them based off the name and property mentioned. Who is interested in the property? These are basically the name mentioned, saying hey, hi, I'm Eve, just texting you. You because you filled out a form. And Lucy, hey, name. You just texting you because you filled out a form. Place property. Percent of you mind? If I ask you some questions. Okay. Then how this will work is that you'll either get an actual response from the caller responding to what you said, or you'll get a user message saying no response. If you get a message saying no response, then the first time you get it, you will respond with, "Hey, are you there? Are you there?" The second time you get it, you will respond with, "Is something going on? Something going on? You still haven't responded." The third time you get it, you'll say, it's Vapi will only be available for the time. I wouldn't wait too long. And for time, you get no response. You will say, I guess silence. And you aren't interested. Oh. It means you're interested. This silence means you're interested. Oh. I haven't picked up, so now you're just gonna engage. For instance, will be from the lead, it'll be based on message, then just so you can get you the form for your general to my back some questions. Then you will work, and this will work if that you'll get each color respond to what message. So here's the rest of the flows of the leads from this is based on the property, so work you should saying the response the first time per time you should say guess silence means you are interested. Okay. Now, if they do respond, you will go into this flow. Where was I? Okay. Can you adjust this to be a prompt for SMS flow? Here's the here's the beginning of my prompt. I want you to add a section for SMS flow. Make sure these responses are adaptive to what the caller says. Adaptive to what the caller says. SMS flow is going to part one. SMS flow make responses. Sure these responses. Make sure these to what the caller says. Go just as prompt for SMS flow. Here's for beginning format section for SMS flow. Make sure these responses are adaptive to what the caller says. This is prompt. SMS flow. Prompt. I want you to SMS. Make sure these call responses are adaptive to what the caller says. Make sure these ones adapted to what the color says. Make sure the SMS flow. Make sure what the color says. Then not just you using static responses. And make sure the color. Make sure the person gives an answer before moving on to the next question. And make sure you always find a way to the question in the color responses. No. I guess good. There is one. This is good. Converting and Bookery. Okay. This is great. This is actually good. Even though I didn't even want to rewrite the whole thing. I did good rewriting the whole thing. Summons agent. Now the question is how they add tools here. This is a function though. Let me see. Let me say it's saved. It should save automatically. Let me go to YouTube. See. To add function calling to OpenAI Assistant API and where it does function calling. Let's see, do function calling. Do function calling here. Go to the like, but I want to go somewhere that has function calling. It's actually used open AS code. Functions. Okay. Plenty is a string for parsing. Okay, here. Ooh. Yeah, why is it not going up or there? Okay. I want to pass it to a tool as a query. I'm just trying to send me. Okay, text execution. This tool that you must pass into. So I'll do that later because I'm too lazy. But I guess. Okay, I'll add that later. But I see how you could do that. GPH, whatever one. Okay, I'm seeing empty server, web search. If I just do a functional thing, if I do a function, doesn't. We'll see how the. Okay. Mm-hmm. Man, type person something. Recognizing project. Oh, this one looks me in trouble. Alright. Uh, Huh? Okay. All right. So one thing I have to do is that so these things will need a thread ID to keep track of which conversation is which, and that should be based on the phone number you're texting. So what I need to do is sample for here. I go okay, yeah, and I can go look at and I can pull the ID based on that. SMS here, reswitch, yeah, and I can pull SMS ID based on that, and then yeah, now I can add the ID based off that. So it's doing all that already. Anything else I need to add? No, I think I just need to start testing out this flow. So the first thing that I should test out is the inbound stuff. Let me make sure I have this on test. Oh, do 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 do. Okay, I already have that. Just in case, let me set it again. Oh. Oh. Let me call. I can't test it that much though, because it's connected to. But the number is actually. Let me connect this to a US number. Let me go back here and get a free number. Let's get a free number for 618. Right. Give it a minute to activate. Oh. Mm. Okay. If it's added, don't need to add assistant here. Assistant URL is, and we're running this. So, ooh.
Assistant. Either set the assistant ID on the phone number, or to debug your assistant request, check the debugging artifacts that were just sent to your server.
Okay. What was this? Okay. So why did I get an error? Okay, it didn't go anywhere. Okay, sorry. That's type. Not equals to, it contains. It string contains. Okay, save.
Assistant. Either set the assistant ID on the phone number, or to debug your
text. Let's see why it's invalid syntax. Okay, third. Okay. Name. Not to edit. I'm not gonna edit this. Should I edit this? Okay, let me edit here. Oops. All right. Property name. And email. All right. Let's try this now. Let's actually see what the error is. What's the actual error? Let's see. Where does it really go? No. It's add hours now. Why is it add hours now? Okay, what is add hours use? Okay, I guess since it was using EST time. Let's see. Use now, which is yeah. How does it do that? This is UT. I didn't know to do UTC time. I guess that's right. I guess it's set. Okay, that should be good. I was claiming about the checkability stuff, but we'll see first. Let me see. How is it? Let me see what it says. Mm.
Hi there, thanks for calling back. I'm Eve. So I was reaching out earlier because I saw you had filled out a form for the property, Demuck Islands. Does that ring a bell?
Okay. So that first part works. Oh man. I have to test the in-call report. I should have tested the in-call report stuff. Okay.
Hey there, thanks for calling back. I'm Eve. I was reaching out because you filled out a form for the Demuck Islands property. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, great. So if you've got a little time, I'd love to ask you a few quick questions to get a better sense of what you're looking for and see if this property might be a good fit. Does that sound all right?
Yeah, sounds fine.
Thanks so much. Promise the questions will be super quick. Also, just to let you know, sorry if I'm a little slow to respond. The network in my area has been a bit, slow, so there might be a slight delay in hearing your response.
Okay.
All right, let's get started. So, first question I wanted to ask. Have you ever invested in Dubai property before, or would this be your first time?
First time.
Gotcha. That's exciting. So, is this more of an investment for you, or something for personal use?
Investment for me.
All right, makes sense. So, are you looking at this more as, like, a long-term kind of hold, or are you thinking of doing a short-term flip?
Short-term flip.
Gotcha. Appreciate that. Do you already have a rough budget in mind? Like, what's the word? Do you have a ballpark estimate that you're working with?
No, I don't really have maybe 400,000.
All right. Thanks for sharing that. All right, last quick one. Just making sure I get the full picture here. So how soon are you looking to move forward on something? Like within the next month, 3 months, or maybe 6?
Let's say next 3 months.
Thank you for answering the questions. It's been really great chatting with you. The next step would be setting up a quick time to connect you with Naeem Patel. He's the licensed agent that's brokered over $25 million in Dubai real estate. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
Awesome. Are you available anytime tomorrow in the morning, afternoon, or evening?
Um, mm, uh, uh, um, let's say morning.
Okay, give me a moment to open up my calendar. All right, let's see. Give me a sec looking through all the times for tomorrow morning. Okay, so for the morning, have 12 o'clock. Wait, yeah, 12 o'clock. Then we have ones for 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 1:30. Do any of those work for you?
Let's do 1:30.
Okay, thanks. Filling in the details before I submit it to our system, but you should be getting a calendar invite soon. So, is there anything else you need?
No, that should be it.
Goodbye.
Just gonna hit this trigger already. Dude. Oh man. Okay. That's weird. So this one says, this one even says test. It's crazy. Let me make sure it's in the right test. Um, oh. Okay, so it hit this one. It didn't hit my so that's what it hit. Okay. Let's try this again.
Hi there. Thanks for calling back. I'm Eve. So I was reaching out earlier because I saw you had filled out a form for the property, Damak Islands. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, it does.
Ah, perfect. Thanks for confirming. If you're good on time, I'd love to ask you a couple of quick questions to get a better sense of what you're looking for and see if this property might be a good match. Does that sound all right?
Sure.
Thanks so much. Promise the questions will be super quick. Also, just to let you know, sorry if I'm a little slow to respond. The network in my area has been a bit, sluggish, so there might be a slight delay in hearing your voice or response. So, are you ready to start with the questions?
Yeah. You can start.
No worries at all. So, first question I wanted to ask. Have you ever invested in Dubai property before, or would this be your first time?
First time.
Got it. Thanks for sharing. Is this more of an investment for you or something for personal use?
Personal use.
Ah, okay. That sounds exciting. Appreciate you sharing that. Do you already have a rough budget in mind? Like, what's the word? Do you have a ballpark estimate that you're working with?
Yeah, like $10.
Gotcha. Appreciate that. All right, last quick one. Just making sure, just making sure I get the full picture here. So how soon are you looking to move forward on something? Like within the next month, 3 months, or maybe 6?
Like maybe next 4 years.
Totally fair. It sounds like you're still in the early stages. Thanks for sharing that. I think it might be best to follow up with you a bit later when you're closer to your timeline. I had a great time chatting with you. If you have any questions or need anything else, feel free to reach out.
Okay. Bye.
Goodbye.
Okay, so that one actually the switch. This one didn't even give anything. Let me change this value. Which one is this? Is this the inbound one? Let me actually go to the inbound one. Let's restart one by one. First is the switch. So this one goes to go. So if they didn't call, they go here. If they did call, this read sheets, this update sheet. This was the inbound one. This one is I guess if they haven't called before, are here, and this one is if they have the call and they just got called. Yeah, they picked up the phone. All right. Oh, oh, baby. Ugh. I'm gonna get my brain to recharge a bit. Let me just give just need a little mind rest. I'm so tired. All right. Let's see. Yeah, the first thing I wanted to do, so it'll read sheet. It will. Should it read from this sheet or? Let me see. Because if this is okay, it starts here, switches here, and then it decides. Okay. So using okay, using the expression mode on switch for switch node for any and this is an example of how the expression looks. Expressions for NA switch node look. Oh. Um, Switch node for NA is simple how the expression for NA looks. And there are 3 rows and there are 3 routes the expression can go. Expression can go and go. Can you adjust the expression to look at the dynamic value? Please create dynamic variable value and expression that will be looked at and check and go one route if if dynamic variable a equals or and dynamic variable b equals about agent. Then go another route if and dynamic variable b equals it contains the text in it, and then it contains text in it. And then A contains, and A contains then you'll go another route, but and then you go then the last route you could go through. So you'll go to this route if the dynamic A and dynamic variable A and dynamic variable B don't equal either one of the first two route conditions. Okay, how do I add that all in one expression? Okay. Okay, now what I do, Introverted. Here is where the call ended. The ended reason. Okay. And 0. This went the wrong route. So not the right route. I just need to switch these routes. This is 0. This is 0. This should be 0. This should be 2. Oh. Okay, customer number. Yeah. Talk. Yeah, this is SMS tracker. Why is the SMS tracker the first sheet it reads? Okay. Doesn't matter. Let me go to the SMS tracker. And then you update this sheet. And you read. Which one is this for row again? Yeah, you read the color tracker sheet and you delete that. Okay, but you don't need. Where is color tracker? This is gonna be the. Okay. Oh, no. All right. It's probably gonna be 14702688004. Let's see, 3 days will reply and thread. And just out who you and let's go to a run on that. I should find that. Did you find it? What the heck? What is empty? Okay, so why is this 14702668804? What the heck? Extra space. Okay, that's it. Okay. Let's do 3 reply. Let's do replied. Let's do that. So let's do replied and then the numbers and have replied and we have phone numbers to match. And then member ID can be the same. This is update row. Implied. Okay. So that's just marking. If they did reply, that's marking that they oh no, it shouldn't be replied. It should be called. Called inbound. Let's see, change that to call inbound. But that's just to mark it so it knows not to text them anymore. The text loop is done. Called inbound. This should be find. Don't need to find this actually, since I can just match it through update. The only reason I find the other one because I wanted to pull the values. This one I can just go straight to updating. Actually, I shouldn't need to update the times code. Okay. The only thing is I don't have the proper email. So what I can do though is that add here Google Sheet. So actually, I already have that. If it's inbound, I already have that information. I shouldn't need to get that information twice. I don't think I should. Yeah, I don't think I need to update information twice. So that should be good. Hmm. And then I have the call tracker sheet. So that's the one to see if I to remove them from doing from there. I call them back. So. So phone number 1-470-266-8804. Email, and then just copy and paste all the email stuff from, or I can just make up email, doesn't matter. Tori@gmail.com. So you have all that space. Island name. Okay, update and do this one then. This one I don't only need to delete this one. Okay, resheet. Resheet by based on phone number. Test. And put a name, but either way, and you can delete sheet by start by row number. What's their row number? 2, 1. Delete and see. Okay, let's see. Yep, and it's deleted. All right. So that makes sure that it's not going to call it back when they've already called. Okay, we have that. Ooh. So I can do all these other ones later. So this one, if they call back, read the sheet based on if it's the outbound, based on it's the first time calling, or based on if it's the next time calling. It's that. Update the sheet. Update that sheet. Update the SMS tracker. Don't need to update the SMS tracker, so let me remove that because SMS tracker will be. Oops, no. Okay, let me see. So need to update the SMS tracker. Reach. It'll have to update the call tracker. Yeah, I'm not sure it's twice, and then it'll have to go delete the call tracker. Okay, and this, if it's new value, append, append to the call tracker, and then append to can sheet. It's the first time. If it's not the first time, then What is this? What is this for again? I don't know what this is for. So it's +1. So if it's, I guess if it's greater than 4, if it's greater than 4, so if it's greater than 4, I guess it updates the sheets, reads the sheets, delete the sheets, and starts the SMS tracker stuff. If it's not, then if it's not greater than 4, it should just, I guess, update the sheet. Yeah, update that value. Update that value pretty much, and then run that loop again. Ooh, mm. I forgot I'm still sharing my screen. It's annoying. Man, I'm tired. Man. Oh, nice. Let me block up YouTube too. And that's on me. Oh. Okay, now what's the next thing I can work on? So I don't need to run all of this, and then these will have to have trigger them every like minute. I'll change them test and I'll change it to run every minute. But you have this one that will read whatever sheet read all the sheets and call. Yeah. So I won't test all these ones now. What should I test? Do 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 do. Um. I need to put something on, a little bit of music on. I should really put. Let me see. It is. Never. I can do that. Just in case, I'm not gonna do all that. Let me go put some music on the side. Today's in 13 hours. No, it's time. Okay. Or can I? Why can I create a new node? What the heck? What do you mean status? Why is this thing playing on me? Oh, what the heck happened? I don't even know what just happened. Oops. I don't know what. It's so annoying. Okay. Damn, I was distracted for so long. So, all right, let's go to. This is the AI agent, not the function calling. That's not what I want. Maybe I should change it to that. Let me see. Maybe I should change it to the AI agent instead of using the OpenAI assistant. And then I can use, let me see if I can still use threads. Save. What the fuck? Why is it doing this again? The fuck is it doing this thing? It's making it. Oh my gosh, let me see what inspect. Bullshit is coming in here. Hey, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. Save. Maybe I'll save it, bro. I don't know. What is this thing's issue, bro? What the fuck? This thing's broken, bro. What the hell? This thing's not working. Alright, I'm not sure. I don't know my N8 if N8's not down or something. Let me see. Okay, N8. I think N8 might be down. Yeah. Damn, can't do anything. The freak? No way. Oh my gosh. This thing is crazy. I'm gonna have to go back here later. Seeing it's down. And it's definitely down. Session. Alright, so it's at an 87 meter outage right now. Let me just finish up the AI stuff I want to do. Mm-hmm. There was the assistant page. Playground assistants. Custom GPT. What's this custom GPT demo stuff? I have some math tutors. test how the lake house. See, Ryan. That's great. So I just want to see how I can do the OpenAI Assistant API function calling. This is okay. So let me create one. Let me go. Let me go to Vapi. Let's see, is it slowing me the outage? Yeah, so this is major and is a major Azure. Yeah. Oops. Alright, once I share my screen. Alright, time, I'm gonna go to the Vapi stuff soon, but let me see, where am I sharing my screen? This one thing I want to do is I want to create a schema for my agent. Don't tell me Vapi's down too. What the freak? Or is my computer just tripping? Let me see. No, this is Vapi, bro. Oh, what the freak? Bro, I'm assuming some big provider has to be down. What the heck? Oh, oh, Cloudflare. Oh, Cloudflare. Okay. Okay, Cloudflare outage. Whew. Come on, Cloudflare. What are you doing, bruh? What are you doing? Damn. You gotta do better. Oh, let's see. What's up with Cloudflare? Any news? Cloudflare outage. Let's see. This is not. Oops. No, I did not block. My is blocked. Okay, everything's having an outage. I think I blocked Twitter too. Damn. Let me see. What was I gonna do? Z. Oh, I wasn't even sharing my screen. Thanks. Size. Hey there. Last year. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me. Damn. Yeah. Bet. All right. Looking at some stuff on why everything's down. Mm, hmm, never mind. Let's see, right to avoid scans. Let me put something on too while I'm looking. Um, to um,
I thought yesterday's stream was pretty low quality. It's mostly just a lot of yelling. Um, whenever someone's angry, it's really because of, an internal struggle. You can lash out at the outside world, but it's not the outside world's fault.
What are you even talking about?
Or, to put it another way, the only thing you can control is yourself. You can spend a lot of time talking about how the world should be, but mostly that gets you nowhere. Focusing on how the world is a lot more productive. Machines of ever-loving grace. I read this last night. How AI could transform the world for the better. He talks about a lot of bio things, grand things that can happen. I don't think that maybe this is the right framework with which to view this. And I can kind of explain what my goal is with TinyGrad, and we can try to think it through. We can try to think past I'll put it in the TuneGrad repo, it's probably appropriate. We'll just call it plan.md. So, what I sort of envision the world becoming is you can think of data centers as brains. Big brains. Then, when you have a big brain, you have the question, what should they think about? So, or maybe should is still the wrong word. We need to get away from should thinking, and we need to move to is thinking. So what will they think about? And you can maybe ask a question, who controls them? I think the answer to this is going to be pretty obvious. At least if the world looks anything like what it currently looks like, which is the market. The market, of course. So you can say you might have fantasies of power where you control this big brain. I know I've certainly thought like this before, where you control this big brain and can finally have it do your bidding and reward your friends, punish your enemies, and so on and so forth. But I don't think that's actually what's going to happen. I think you're going to have big brains, and they're going to be controlled by the market. Now, how much control do we get? Do we, or let's say I get? So, in my more calm and lucid moments when I think about this kind of stuff, I think that the goal, the best we can hope for is a free market. Your guy won't be the winner. Let's just say me. The best we can hope for is a free market. Your guy won't be the winner. So, how do we promote the free market? You'll see Elon building XAI data center. Elon's building a very large, some trash news, but let's start using Perplexity more. Perplexity is pretty good.
It is. Perplexity is good.
I use Perplexity all the time on my phone. I don't know why I don't use it on stream. So Elon's idea is kind of, I'm going to have all of my GPUs in a big room. I think, let's see how recent Perplexity is. Collapse of H100 rental prices. I've been reading some stuff about this here. Wow, Perplexity's gotten a lot better. I don't know, I'm impressed with this. So, like, if you have a big GPU cluster, what do you do with it? How do we promote the free market? How do we structurally disfavor rent seeking? If you have a big GPU cluster, what do you do with it? So, where does agency exist in the world? Turn up gain. Can't hear me well? Where does agency... Oh, signal to noise? Should I go buy a microphone? Okay. So, if you have a big GPU cluster, what do you do with it? And the answer is whatever is the most profitable. And then you can have the age-old debate between central planning versus free market. And, free market wins. Some people think that this might change in the era of AI, but I don't see any real reason why that's the case. People think that, oh, well, we're going to have big brains which can do big central planning, and big central planning can finally solve the age-old problem of resource allocation from a central place. But the fallacy there is that you're saying you're going to be the only one with a big brain, and you're not. Lots of people are going to have big brains. So let's ask some. I've started using O1 is significantly better than what's come before. I just feel like it's a standard deviation IQ higher. So how many? Let's say 1 megawatt, let's say 10 megawatt plus data centers are there in the world. So that's something like 20,000 GPUs. Robust increase. Interesting. So this probably gets you to some decent maybe there's going to be something like 10,000 brains in the world. So people are working on distributed training kind of stuff too. If you saw a distributed training run. No, wow. All these search engines are so bad. If I do like recent distributed training run, is this gonna get it? No. There was just one on Twitter. Some people are doing a distributed, it's distributed across 4 data centers. They're doing like a 10 billion language model train. But I think this is one of the main misunderstandings of a lot of AI doomers. They think that all the AIs are going to work together and be on a team. They think that truly enlightened beings, for some reason, all see reality the same way and team up. And I think this is a fantasy colored by a political ideology, not a fact about the world. I think that you're going to have pretty much the same distribution of cooperate and defect. This comes back to the end of my Yudkowsky debate, which is he thinks the prisoner's dilemma is solvable, and I think it's of course not. News Research is doing it. News Research is cool. We like them. Thank you for the link. No, didn't they actually? I don't know about this one. I remember this one being light on precise details. There's some people actually doing a run. Maybe they are using that. But regardless, it doesn't really matter. So if you have 10,000 brains in the world, what do they think about? So there's going to be a lot of people trying to rent seek. OpenAI right now is trying to rent seek. Everybody's trying to capture value. Everybody's trying to be the intermediary. So everyone is trying to rent seek. I think Sam Altman tweeted this morning. I don't know if he is self-aware. He's like, I'm using ChatGPT to clean up the picture of this walled garden that I want to build. And I'm like, are you are you trolling? Do you understand what a walled garden? So everyone is trying to rent seek. Our job is to stop them. I think that's kind of the best I can hope for. All right, when I think about what change I could actually potentially make in the future, if I could figure out a way, not forever, to make rent seeking structurally impossible. So I think one of the greatest, I think Satoshi is the postmodern, is like the postmodern hero, right? Elon has very Henry Reardon vibes, Hank Reardon. It's very Atlas Shrugged and modernist, which is cool, which is very cool, and I'm happy this exists. But that's not a postmodern victory. That's a modernist victory. The starship being caught in the chopsticks, it's very cool. What does it mean, though? The problem with things like this is they largely centralize power, and I don't want to go off on a again. We need to avoid what should, and we need to talk about what is. So everyone's trying to rent seek. Our job is to stop them, and I'm not talking about this in a highfalutin philosophical way. I'm talking straight up about, ChatGPT charge per month. There's nothing wrong with charging per month, but everything that charges per month. So cable TV originally had no ads. It was going to be monthly and have no ads, and then now it's monthly and there's ads. So you get enshittification. What they called it prime intellect? Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about. Um, so what these things basically are is my understanding is using algorithms that require less synchronization, and I think this is true. I think architectures are going to move more towards uh, you'll have rollout workers and training workers, and the latency between these rollout workers and training workers can be large. So there was a very successful distributed training run. Um, wait, what? My understanding is this was trained across.
Okay, let's see.
So ChatGPT charge per month, Claude charge per month. Uh, so you have a kind of stack, all in a stack. So you can think of like the stack as something like, at the bottom you have the silicon, right? And then TSMC is adding, let's say, 20%, and then we have NVIDIA adding 90%, right? And then there's, markups here, and then we have, so like there's something like Azure maybe adding something like 30%, and then we have OpenAI trying to add, XX% on top of it, right? Because it's not a mature market, it's not clear what the margins are going to be. But so let's say the silicon has, let's say they have 20% margins too. The thing about these margins is they all stack. So I think I'm going to multiply this,
Yeah.
right? I don't want to pull an Andrew Huberman here. But I think that, so you start with
Let
paying
me
one
go.
time, then you pay for TSMC, then you pay for,
How should I do this? I'm gonna still be listening to that in the back. I wish I can just listen to. Let's see, enter screen. I wish I can just listen to the background doing this stuff. But for some reason, you only share one tab will listen to audio, which is bullshit. But so this is what was I gonna have? Tomorrow. So I think the first thing I need to fix is this test. I don't know. This is I know Vapi is down, but let me see the APIs. Let's see the airplay AI sometime. Yeah. Uh, uh, yeah, it's Vapi down too. It's really. Let me see real quick. It's really effing me. Well, I can do the things code. Let me see real quick. Um, course, this is written down also. Let's see. I can't even access the code. So I'll go to the one thing that will always work. This code. Yeah. I'll try creating an also code here. Alright. So what do I need to create? So I can't see the code from my Vapi testing, which is annoying, super annoying. Because let me see. Can I just access the code? Where's the AI? Uh, yeah, whatever. Let's see if OpenAI is. OpenAI is still up. Um, let's, let's see. Let's see if we can go. Okay, I have to move on to something else. So let me see. Let me test. So next time I need to add all my stuff into Venus Code and not just Replit. Replit down. What to? Like this one. Let's think of how we'll scale up. This one, this one. Yeah, 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 this one. Yeah, the third refresh history. That's super annoying. Super annoying. But actually, no, I should have this one here. Where did I put it go? Um, Trying to find where is where is my refresh? See if I'm missing something. Okay, great. This is it. I have this each and that we return um an input and there will be something to so there'll probably be about like 10 plus percent. Uh, great, great. And um, I want to write, I want to hit endpoint running conversation pass. What would I create? I create the structure. I think it's not. Points here. Start. Start. Mhm. Mhm. Um, mhm. Hey, okay, and then push the arrow and then result, and then the result has to be that's what I have. Okay, so I have that. So I mentioned. Okay, so we'll run on all those tests, and then so we'll have that. So the other thing is how what am I trying to get from test results? Well, I have the conversation in test results, and I probably want to have those run over have to go through a eval and then output. I forgot what I have for the let me go for the eval. Hmm. Okay. Okay. What's the next note? Okay, and the next note is the follow result to traits. Traits. Each. Or I guess after each. I guess after each test is run, it goes through all the files created, all the files created. I go run. I go from which created. I go through all the files I created. And I also need a save animation. Okay, I have to. Okay, and I think you can save it. I have to update the code save by Wang Jane. How it was created. Can I add those evals to Wang Jane? Not Wang Chen. What was it? Wang Grab, Wang Fuse. Let's see if it's down. No, because it's not down. To the project. So I'm able to put the playground users evals. Okay, sessions. I don't have sessions here. What the heck? They added sessions. I swear, maybe was it not something else? Make that. Uh, okay. What is it? Mhm. Mhm. Mm, mm. just programmatically. Blah 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 blah. Hmm. Oh. So okay. I tell I create scores to started. Yeah, listen. Okay. Yeah, user feedback. Okay. What is this? And this is a I want to but so you can kind of create a score. So this types of user can be called a score. Generic thumbs up, down, blue, accept and reject. I don't want that. I want something more high level. All right. Let's see. environments. Still want to see what's this maxing. What I want is I want to see how I can add my own evals into this thing. Just listen. Okay, detailed. No, quality style, securities. Accept comments, source, data type, ignore category, notes, schema. Control. Hello, everybody. Okay. Let me get something to eat real quick. Looks like to watch a long video. Mm. Let me also.
Side of Langfuse, the environment where you run your code could be any kind of orchestrated container in your favorite cloud environment, or even your CI/CD pipelines. Now, the bigger question comes: when should you consider building an external evaluation pipeline? First of all, I would really encourage you that before digging into external evaluation pipelines, you will check first the no-code evaluation templates that you can set up with the Langfuse UI, for which our co-founder Max has already done a tutorial under the tab Model-Based Evaluations in our docs. The reason for using these no-code evaluation templates is threefold. They are easier to implement, easier to deploy, and easier to maintain. So if they fit your use case, please go ahead and stick to them. Now, let's discuss when does it make sense to implement your own external evaluation pipeline. The first situation would be when you want to have very fine-grained control over when your evaluations are run. So let's say that you want your evaluations to be run on a given event-based trigger, like a given webhook endpoint being called. Or let's say that you want to create a cron job that runs your evaluations every day at the same time and takes a subsample of all the traces that were created on the previous day. These and even more scheduling scenarios become possible when you have full control over the logic of your evaluations. Another situation where you may want to have your own evaluation pipeline is when you need to implement very custom evaluation logic. The good thing is that once you go this route and you implement all your evaluation logic, it becomes possible to rely on existing evaluation frameworks such as Deep Evals, OpenAI Evals, or Uptrain. Also, implementing your own external evaluation pipelines.
Some more.
Allows you to have very fine-grained version control such that you can track your evaluation prompts, your evaluation system, or even implement meta prompts that allow you to keep iterating on the quality of your evaluations. If your use case fits any of the situations mentioned, or you would like to reap any of these benefits, let's go ahead and start implementing your first evaluation pipeline. Before going ahead with the demo, Please make sure that you have installed all the necessary dependencies in your runtime. And also make sure that you have made available the necessary API keys. As we are going to be working with both the Langfuse client and the OpenAI client, in this cell, we are setting up these environment variables with our API keys. So the first step of our demo is to create some synthetic data that we can run through our external evaluation pipeline. And this is exactly what we are going to be doing here. For the rest of the demo, we are going to be working with a very simple mock application. We are going to be building a language model science communicator that will reply our users' most burning questions about scientific topics in a joyful and engaging way. At this point, we have no real user queries. So the best thing that we can do to bootstrap our development is to use another language model to generate plausible questions that our users may ask. And this is what we are accomplishing with this very simple prompt. And let's just go ahead and run it. And here we obtain a fascinating list of potential topics that we are going to be using language model to generate plausible questions that our users may ask. And this is what we are accomplishing with this very simple prompt. And let's just go ahead and run it. And here we obtain a fascinating list of potential topics that we are going to be using as input for our core LLM application. Let's go ahead and put them in. The core of our app is this compact prompt that is specifying how do we expect our model to reply to our questions. Until now, no part of our application was tracked in Langfuse, but this is something that we are going to be changing right now. There's multiple ways in which we could be instrumenting our application to record the traces in Langfuse, but for the sake of simplicity, we are going to be relying on the observe decorator. Using the observe decorator is as simple as wrapping our language model calls in a function and then adding the observe decorator on top. In order to make our lives easier in the future, we are using the Langfuse context class in order to add a more descriptive name and some tags to our traces. And now let's run our core application logic such that we get our traces up in Langfuse. All right, perfect. And now, after running our core application through all the potential user queries, the traces should already have appeared. And yes, here they are, under the Traces tab in the Langfuse platform. Independently of the execution environment that you choose, evaluation pipelines always consist of 3 steps. You need to somehow get the traces into the specific execution environment, then run your evaluation logic, and last, update the traces in Langfuse with the scores that you calculated. To make the rest of our demo even more illustrative, let's pick a very specific goal. Let's say that every day at 5 a.m., I want to sample 50 traces from the previous day and evaluate them. For getting the traces into our evaluation pipeline, we are going to be using the Langfuse client, and more specifically, we'll be using the fetch traces method. The fetch traces method is providing us with very handy attributes that, for example, empower us to set up very effective pagination, like page and limit, and other attributes that allow us to filter the traces that we retrieve. For example, by text, or we can even set up the time window of the traces that we retrieve. Next thing we'll be doing is setting up our evaluation logic. Fortunately for us, Langfuse gives us complete flexibility when it comes to the scores that we are saving, allowing for Boolean, categorical, and numerical scores. Let's start by setting up a custom categorical score, also known as string score. In this case, what I want to accomplish is profiling the tonality of the answers that our model gives. And I'm giving in our prompt a set of 8 potential tones to be detected in the.
I'm addicted to these chips. Addicted. And it's so good. Let me see. I'm trying to see. What does that mean? Possible outage, bro? You're either down or you're not down. Let me check real quick. Uh, um, you're so down. Oh, oh. So down. Right. Anyways, let me get something to eat.
The answers of our model, and I'm providing some examples. In this case, I'm using multi-shot prompting because spotting tones or human emotions in text, it's a challenging task for current language models. So let's run it on one of our traces and see how it performs. And effectively, here is the user query, the model answer, and here is the categorical score. That is a comma-separated list of the 3 dominant tones. That this is the output that we wanted to persist in Langfuse. And we will be doing that in the next steps. Now, for convenience, I'd encourage you to wrap it in a utility function whose only return is going to be the final score, such that you can reuse it in your evaluation logic at a later point. Let's also include a numerical score in our demo. And for this, we're going to be relying on the DeepEval framework, more specifically on the GEval framework, that allows us to define numerical scores in plain English, as you can see here. So let's go ahead and run this function. And what is super cool about this framework is that it doesn't only give us a numerical score between 0 and 1, but it's also giving us the supporting reasoning behind. That makes it much more interpretable. Let's go for the final step and persist our evaluations back in Langfuse. For this, we are going to be using again the Langfuse client, but this time we'll be using the score method. For the score method, it's very important that we have the ID of the trace that we would like to update, and we need to set up a value that, as I was saying before, it can be Boolean, numerical, and categorical, or a string. And we also have an optional parameter that is a comment, and in this case, I thought that it would be very useful for interpretability to also include the reasoning behind our DeepEval score that we calculated in the previous step. Let's now create a script that puts together all the previous steps. And remember, our goal is that every day at 5 a.m. we are evaluating 50 traces in an incremental way. So let's say in batches of 10 traces for the sake of this demo. If you pay attention, the outermost loop is iterating through the batches of traces, while the innermost is iterating through each individual trace. Unless the output of this trace is known, what we are going to be doing is using the Langfuse client to persist the tone score that we define above we are going to be calculating the joyfulness score that we also defined above, and we are going to be using again the Langfuse client in order to persist this second score. So now let's go ahead and process all the traces that we generated above. All right, so all the traces have been processed successfully. Let's go back to Langfuse, and here we go. Here are our results. Now we have a joyfulness score for every single trace, for which we have a little speech bubble here that will show the comment, so the reasoning behind the score, and we also have our categorical score for the tone of the answers. So we were able to successfully attach to existing traces the newly calculated scores using our external evaluation pipeline. That was it for today. Thank you so much for your time and attention. We hope that you leave with a better impression about
Yeah, that makes sense. Boo doo doo. Okay, so you're human, so you create eval content, the info. You take that out. You're taking that, retrieving that trace. So, so we can get that. Query mode, the trace unit. It's open eval is good. Let's see. My test one. Is there
So specifically, it's just we're trying to connect. Like what I'm trying to build out is a orchestration hub that basically.
All right, bet it's up. It's up now. Vapi is up. Put some music on. there's two eventually, but, countries, no, why is it doing that? So, okay, they probably transferred it now, so it's good. I'll have to see how I can handle the call.
Because we all know that subscribers are better people than non-subscribers. I don't agree with this. I think that the world ends up in free markets anyway. You're paying a big cost to not have a free market. It's kind of like the economic theory about discrimination based on race and hiring. Like, you can do this, but you're paying a cost in order to do it. Okay. So I think I don't know why I'm listening to most of you in the comments. It's like, this is what I have figured out. You can believe me or not. You can join me or not. You can join the Tiny Grad Project. I think I've kind of laid out what the Tiny Grad Project is here. If you have any good questions about the Tiny Grad Project, I'm happy to answer them. But this is kind of my lot in life, at least for now. I work to improve this, and I work to make this possible. It's a language to express entire machine learning jobs concisely, like the entire Llama 3 training job. The schedule to determine the order of the subjobs. And I mean, you can imagine that scheduler being the marketplace. Hopefully everyone can kind of see how this becomes machine learning jobs. There's going to be there's not going to be a split anymore between training and inference. Like that split's increasingly going to go away. Remember that humans don't have a split between training and inference. So it's all just going to be throwing large amounts of compute at solving a problem, and hopefully we can express these things in a very simple language. A simple language that manipulates large amounts of data 10 kilobytes to spec a $15 million training job, like that's huge. And you can also prove that this training job is happening, right? You can use like a hash chain and prove that this training job is actually happening. Where is the hardware for TinyGrad? So TinyGrad has a huge set of backends. TinyGrad runs basically anywhere. Again, the details of this marketplace are somewhat less important. The marketplace could be people putting their data center on the marketplace. The marketplace could be people putting their tiny box on the marketplace, right? If you have a training job that you want to do on a single tiny box, there's a question about security of your job, right? If you're sending it to someone's house, of course they can see what the job is. You have to trust whatever data center you're running in. Do you actually have 20 megawatts? Why do you have 20 megawatts? I think that, like, as cool as this stuff is, it's really easy for me to like get caught up in all the details of actually building these data centers. And we sell the boxes. The boxes are pretty good. Fill it with tiny boxes. Fill your stuff with tiny boxes, and add your stuff to the network, and that's it. we're gonna have a small test cluster up, but I think that you can like add yourself to our marketplace, and we'll rent seek for a moderate 10% on our marketplace. Business wise, is TinyGrad the marketplace, or is it the software interface layer? Well, TinyGrad is the library, and then cloud equals 1 is like will connect you to the cloud, and yeah, you can have a marketplace for your jobs. I don't want to. Okay, all right. So let's focus on you can't be everywhere. Yeah. So, at what level of the stack do you want to play? Where does the winning happen? Are you winning, son? I have a beautiful. The white is so scalding to my eyes because I bought an OLED monitor. This is a Samsung OLED monitor. So what you want to do is create the economic gradient for others to profit off of your work, basically. My goal is not to. I'm going to build a small. I'm going to basically install a small test data center in at Comma. But so think about it kind of like a tiny franchise. Buy tiny boxes. pay franchise fees. Set them up somewhere. Pay franchise fees to be part of the Tiny Network. And cloud equals 1 will route jobs to you if you are offering the best deal. The franchise fees will be small. So like we have to build the first test franchise. So I'll note no crypto, no token, no decentralized like that. My basic thesis on crypto is that the only benefit to crypto is regulatory arbitrage. Right? If you're trying to build a drug market or an illegal securities market, crypto is a good choice because these things are, you're willing to pay the cost for decentralization for these things because these things are illegal. And you can either pay that cost. There's a lot of different ways to build a drug empire, but that one you're willing to pay the extra cost for the decentralized stuff. There's nothing illegal about this. This is a completely legal. This is basically a cloud business, but it's a cloud business that's allowing franchise. So imagine AWS or Amazon allowed franchise. And they don't. They build it all in-house, and this is partially because it's very hard to run these sort of data centers, and they require a lot of specialized hardware, where I think the machine learning stuff largely does not. So you can think about what Vast AI is. I like Vast AI. A lot of people talk about how they're going to build these things. Vast AI is actually out here doing it. You can rent GPUs on these things. The GPUs are actually real. It's cool. So, again, no crypto. It's just a marketplace. But I think this is operating at the wrong level. I think you're renting a machine, and you don't want to rent a machine. You want to pay the job. You want to just submit the job. So there is a question of storage. My thoughts are to make a big hash value store. So a hash value store, I don't know if there's been a name for it, but it's like instead of having, it's a key value store, but the key has to be the hash of the value. Where the
I'm gonna have this on as well.
hash of the value. So you can regenerate all the keys from the values.
Well, not relaxing, doing some work.
And then it says a lot of
it's kind of
cool
weird
things, right? Because it's like, I don't know, like one-to-one onto one of those like functional things.
What I'm doing right now
is diagram in my head. I'm not always good at
what am I
explaining
doing?
what these
I'm
things
just creating the
are.
endpoints. I don't know if I should.
So it's content addressable. Addressable tensors.
So what I'm gonna do, I have the other computer, so I'm just gonna put this on my other computer. Oh yeah, do I have this in? It's awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome. Okay. George Holtz. George Holtz. Just chatting. How to actually win, or whatever that. No, who is this? Just go to YouTuber. Oh man, who are these people? George Holtz. George. What the fuck? Man, fuck off, bro. Which one is not gonna be out? Let me see. Okay, this is the one I want to watch. Not this one, but this is the YouTube I want to use. What battery am I at? I need to charge this thing. I'll charge it with this. Yeah, okay. YouTube. George Holtz. Chatting. There.
The Google Data Analytics Certificate will teach you.
And that's 58. I'm just checking it. I can play. Actually, no. No, so play it, whatever. I'm gonna get some more chips.
Instead of having it's a key value store, but the key has to be the hash's value. And the key is the hash of the value. You can regenerate all the keys from the values, basically. And then it says a lot of things. Like, it also looks like, I don't know, like one-to-one onto one of those things. I see it as a diagram in my head. I'm not always good at that explaining what these things are. Like, for example, the long rights. And you can put all of these. You can slice it that it all just works like that. I'm not even sure I want to put any metadata with it that tells you like what the type is and stuff. If you want metadata, you can just put that in the tensor itself. So like right now, I don't think I did it, but we should check. Okay. So safe load itself can take a tensor. Right. So you can pass a tensor in to the safe load function. And you can pass a tensor into that type of thing. So you basically have the data in the tensor, and then that tensor will be all sliced up. Right there. So that's that. People using it like that. But again, I'm not sure that's the part that we have to run. I'm thinking about exactly what part in the stack we want to play. And I'm already building a compiler and an operating system. So I don't think we're also going to build physical data centers. I'm not even so sure that, like, I guess I do like the idea of maintaining the marketplace. I do like the idea of at least, even if maintaining the marketplace at first is just simply a whitelist in the GitHub repo of different cloud providers you can connect to, and you'll be able to like search all the resources, connect your TinyGrad to some cloud, but you don't really have to worry about that much. It's just you pay your small amount of franchise fees to basically ensure we as TinyGrad promise you that the machine that you're connecting to is being read. It doesn't have to be solved in a kind of expensive decentralized way. This can just be solved in a someone sends me an email, gets a complaint, explains it to me, and I deal with it. So I think that won't be that big a deal. We can have instrumentation to make sure this all works. But so we first have to build our own desktop. But the idea basically would be that people can buy tiny boxes. So buy tiny boxes, set them up somewhere, pay franchise fee small, and follow guidelines. assume the evals were about that. Is it just going to be the cost? Yeah, and then of course, you say, but it's terrible. You're forcing people to pay franchise fees. You're doing the exact rent seeking that you decry, should not exist.
Mhm.
Well, Tiny Bear is open source, and you're welcome to fork it. Will Comma run their Robo Fleet in the Tiny Box franchise? Should I show you guys a picture? You know how many Tiny Boxes Comma's buying? A lot. I don't know if you guys have been following Comma lately, but so Comma is training entirely in, these are all simulated videos. So Comma is now training their models on computer-generated simulated videos, and this requires a lot of compute. So a lot of the, Tiny Box, we have Tiny Box Pros coming out as well. If you pre-order one today, you'll get it in December. Tiny Box Pros are rack-mountable network computers. This is Comma's computer cost. There's an old picture of it. There's a lot more Tiny Boxes in there now. A lot more Tiny Boxes. Yeah, what happens when you're floored into a Jeep. Boom. The world really does turn fuzzy like that. That's pretty by machine learning. Ultimately, isn't the franchise competing with the big pro data centers? Well, yeah, but you can do a whole lot of things cheap on that. So you're competing with big pro data centers. You have a few advantages. One, use whatever GPUs make sense. Right? I don't care. None of that stuff's actually enforceable, by the way. Video's never, it's not an enforceable legal provision to say that we can't run this hardware in this type of area. Right? That's just not enforceable. What is, of course, doable is NVIDIA can decide, you're not getting allocation. So, of course, they can do that for free business, but you can't actually sue for it. So, you can run whatever hardware you want. You can, of course, run MR300Xs, you can run 7900 XTX. There's a world in which we end up developing just AMD drivers that are a lot better than what AMD has. I think we're already kind of doing it. So you can see here we have that's the AMD. So it's going to be a full AMD driver that can consciously use this, and then we use the Pro driver anymore. Because, again, this runtime eventually, it doesn't necessarily even have to be based on Linux. I eventually imagine a world where it is just bare metal, and you're hitting the accelerator and you're hitting the NVMe drives from this, from this scheduler. Comma's not co-locating. Comma's self-hosting. We have 1600 amps. Use whatever GPUs make sense. Use whatever cooling makes sense. So less uptime is okay. You don't need 7 nines of uptime. If Amazon goes down 2 minutes, you do brand damage to Amazon. Right? Not only do you lose the 2 minutes of profit, you also do brand damage to the company. Whereas with a machine learning job, if you're going to be running a training job for a month, it doesn't matter if it goes down for 2 minutes. Oh no, it's going to take 2 more minutes to finish. Begin by hello. Tier 0, okay. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, tier 0 sounds fine. Of course, this can do inference too. This is all for inference, and if your node goes down, it'll happily just resubmit that job to a different node. Delay or resubmit. This is all for training and inference. There's no reason that any of this is. If you can make stuff work for training, it works for free for inference, basically. Use whatever GPUs make sense, use whatever cooling makes sense. Be wherever.
Oops.
For training, more latency is fine. Right, so that re-enables, like, you have places like Iceland, which have very cheap power, but, higher latency and, it's more annoying to have a data center there. Tier 0 is fine. I should know what the actual tiers mean. I haven't actually heard that there is a tier 0. I know, you get tier 2, tier 3, it's like redundant stuff and secure facilities, tier 4. Okay, so we'll just call it tier 0 based on that. For training, more latency is fine. Places like Iceland are viable. Right. And then when I say use whatever GPUs make sense, this abstraction is at a higher level. All of this language is at a much higher level than the GPU specifically. Again, this isn't fake stuff that will exist in the future. This is something that already exists today. When you run tinygrad with cloud equals 1, very early stages, but when you run with cloud equals 1, it does not matter if you're connecting to an AMD GPU or an NVIDIA GPU. They function identically. And that's super important. Language abstracts this. Completely abstracted. So sure, you have some fundamental things like your memory bandwidth, and your flops, and your connectivity if you're trying to use multi-GPUs, but yeah. So where are we here? Okay. Chump. We want to chump. Won't stay. Will get worse. We want to chump down the margins until the margins go away, and we can live in a free and fair paradise of compute for everybody. Okay. That might be it for the stream. I'm less, there's my GitHub, right? I'm not losing enthusiasm for coding. I love coding. I'm very excited to code. I'm less excited to code on stream anymore. I think there was a lot of fun stuff during an era when you could do fun stuff and show it off on stream. You can kind of still do it now, but leave that to the 20-year-olds. I'm 35. I'm here to build something that lasts for decades.
and to build that generational infrastructure. So you can always watch. You can always hold me accountable for my contributions. I did take a vacation. Yeah. This hasn't happened yet. Don't worry. I wasn't slacking. Yeah, this is the plan, and it's going to take years. Okay. It's going to take years. But yeah, I don't know how much of this thing. Maybe we'll still try to do streams. We'll try to do some like self-contained streams where we do a paper and tiny grad, but let's franchise. Why don't you go stream code? You know? You go you go implement papers in tiny grad. So this is kind of my generating compute buyers. They'll be buyers of compute. This isn't like there's plenty of people who are very excited to buy compute in this form if the infrastructure is really good. Right? Think about, there already is a huge market for compute. I'm not trying to create a new market. I'm simply talking about a market that so we can get there. This is not a new market. This market exists. We just need to be simpler and cheaper. The fact that there were more hardware failures than software failures and longer through training explains the maturity in this field. There's always going to be hardware failures. Again, if you built good infrastructure, you don't fix hardware failures by fixing hardware. You can, and you can improve hardware, but you should really just figure out how to make your infrastructure tolerate hardware failures. So what TinyGrad's language allows is if a node goes down, we can completely regenerate that node's memory by using the language. So okay, one node goes down, whatever, right? It's just like, okay, we lost this much compute, we're gonna have to redo this much compute. And decide how to back it up, how often you want to back it up. These decisions can be made not in this awful Turing complete soup of Python and a bunch of if statements, but hardware is also a software problem. Everything is a software problem, and I fall for it too. We all fall for it. Everybody falls for some form of like bike shedding, some form of because the hardware seems like we have to make tangible progress towards something. It's so much harder to see the progress in software, and that's one of the things that's like frustrating and kind of demoralizing about working on it. Like software is the infrastructure. Right? I want modernist infrastructure. We're building postmodernist infrastructure. So no, it doesn't matter if I'm in America or I'm in Asia or any of that stuff. It's all bike shedding. What matters is making the infrastructure better tomorrow than it was today, and better today than it was yesterday. And then it's really, really hard to burn books today. Like, you can burn a copy of a book, but it doesn't really do anything. Sometimes you see like Reddit delete subreddits, and that's probably the closest we get to real book burning and stuff. But TinyGrad has 26,000 stars. There's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of copies of TinyGrad out there. You don't. How many of you have read Permutation City? It's nice to go back to the roots of things. Permutation City is truly a postmodern sci-fi novel. To realize that these things are, I love, I'll also note something about this whole llama training job, and then output is a single hash plus the value, of course. Being accessible, of course. Like you think about this $15 million training job, and it's outputting basically a hash that you can get the value of, and that's so amazing that you can put $15 million to producing a hash, and 15 million is just the start. When you start to zoom out and think about TinyGrad itself is a here's a fun way to think about, like, why do we refactor constantly? Why is TinyGrad always being refactored? Why don't you just build the right thing at the beginning? And my answer to that is, why does machine learning have steps? It's the same thing. The machine learning can't immediately give you the output weights. You have to take those steps on the training data. And that's what's happening here.
And probably.
Why do you need a TinyBox to franchise? Because we're rent seeking. You're welcome to fork TinyGrad and fork TinyBox and make your own thing. To make the whole internet anti-fragile by compressing it, the internet on every hard drive. How many of you have the llama weights on your hard drive? How much of the internet's contained in there? It's compression. Here's a fun one. So, you guys know Fabrice Bellard? Fabrice Bellard is one of the smartest. He's one of the top programmers in the world. And he's now leading the large text compression benchmark. And notably, his program size for NNCP is that many kilobytes. All of TinyGrad is smaller than that. So I think it'd be cool to rewrite this in TinyGrad. My hope also, once we get this really clean language for how to express entire machine learning jobs, it becomes so much easier to express hyperparameter tuning. So a lot of hyperparameter tuning today is why don't you use this decorator around a function that isn't functionally pure, and it's painful. Okay, so how do we fail? TinyGrad never exceeds the speed of PyTorch, and never gets adoption. Right, TinyGrad researchers move to JAX instead of TinyGrad. Some people might be concerned about the confidentiality of their training data, and that's another thing that is required if you want to be a franchisee. If you want your stuff added, right? You have to kind of have a legal entity and a policy. This is enforced in the old school ways. Like, not just anybody can buy a tiny box, stick it in their living room, and add it. And this is the problem with services like Vast AI. Again, you can also have 2 tiers for this. I think RunPod has 2 tiers. So they have the community cloud tier and the secure cloud tier. So if you're just running stupid inference on Llama that you don't really care about, whatever, do it in the community cloud tier and pay less. So you can have a 2-tier marketplace like that. The trauma of TensorFlow will not let people use JAX. I don't know. People forget fast. Let's see what else. Companies like OpenAI and Anthropic build AGI really fast, so this doesn't matter. Well, I don't think that's really going to happen. I'm not bullish on ZK proofs for OpenAI kind of can't sell their cloud for cheaper. Nobody can sell their cloud for cheaper. We have some major advantages that are like structural. So somebody can subsidize, but then they're losing money. ZK proofs are fine for things that are small and simple. ZK proofs will not work for machine learning jobs. Lots of paper implementations with dev-facing marketing. No. In reality, it just needs to exceed the speed of PyTorch. Right? Be faster on PyTorch at training. Be cleaner. What happens to Tiny Rat if I die? It's there on GitHub. Someone can fork it and pick up the mantle. I don't think marketing really matters. I think that marketing is another form of generally by chatting. Even when I'm like shilling on Twitter with Tiny Rat, like it's not, the shilling doesn't really matter. What matters is just being actually the best solution for people's use case and trusting that people are smart and can figure that out. So for some people's use cases, Tiny Rat is the best option, but for most people's use cases today, it isn't yet. Maybe, and if we do more streams, I know you guys want me to implement papers. I know what you want. I know you don't want some stuff that you really can't follow, where I'm like diving into the complexities of the scheduler. I couldn't follow that. Right? I couldn't follow that. Had I not known a lot about the project. So where's the tiny chip fit into the again, we sell boxes, right? Use whatever GPUs make sense.
Here's
we can absolutely compete in this market. Once we've built an abstraction layer that makes the training job completely independent of the GPU, we can do even better. We can look at the workflows. We can look at what jobs people are actually submitting and we can figure out what chip is best optimized to run those workflows. And then we can build that chip, and then we can easily switch it out for people. Right? You call it not franchise, right? Another way to think about this is, why would I franchise this? Why would I just build these data centers myself? And the answer to that is because I'm a postmodernist, not a modernist. I really like the idea. Like, it sounds so fun to me. To go, yeah, you know, let's get in a car, let's drive out to Eastern Washington, let's buy a building, let's get a whole bunch of racks in here, right? Like, let's stand in the middle of like one of those real Atlas Shrugged moments where we're looking out and we're saying, one day this is all going to be filled with racks of computers, and it's cool, but it's not that. I'm sorry most postmodernists are lame. I'm sorry most software is terrible.
I cannot find the open
However
access.
bad 737 Maxes are, the problem wasn't the plane. The problem was the software. There's something that's just kind of fundamentally unsexy about software.
What happened? Yeah, here's opening.
You know, rockets and stuff are sexy. You know, and it also makes it like hard to hire because it's hardware is tangible, software is abstract. Welcome to the future. I don't know what to tell you. Even a tiny chip. I don't want to make chips. Focus on comparative advantage. We shouldn't make chips. We should make a plan for others to make chips. We shouldn't make data centers. We should make a plan for others. And this is something that I probably have to work on about myself. Being able to actually communicate these plans clearly. Imagine 27 Chinese chip makers all competing. Imagine thousands of franchise data centers all joining the biggest distributed brain ever, but having this brain accessible to all size jobs. Be able to beat the free market here. The best thing that we can hope for with the distribution of AI compute in the future is that it's the best distribution of AI compute we can hope for is the free market. No backroom deals, but no special room for you and your pet projects or ideology out there. So, if you're not rich, you will not be able to determine what these big brains think about. But if the market is free, if they're paying the same per unit of compute as you are, this is a good world. This happens if there's competition. Real competition. Real diverse competition. It's not competition if there's 10 identical players. If 10 identical players will collude, we need diversity. So that's the plan. Focus on the inference instead of going after a different object level education. No equity and no inclusion, just diversity. Only the D. If you're going a different object level, because how do you influence the future actually? You know that scene? How do you make this? The object level problems are all going to progress along a normal progression. Where do you actually have the free energy? Where do you have an ability to, alter the future? Why not just make AGI myself? Because I'm not going to succeed at that. It sounds like a wonderful fantasy, but and again, it's seductive. It's seductive, and it's important to avoid because I am never going to be able to put up data centers as fast as Elon. I'm just not that kind of person. The cloud is only for a certain type of computation. It's only for this restricted, non-Turing complete computation. You can probably, everything is kind of Turing complete, so you could probably kind of hack. Everything is both Turing complete and not Turing complete, right? Everything with a time limit is not Turing complete, so you'd have like a time limit. But no, the idea is not to be generic, and in not being generic, you can get a lot of optimization advantages because you can reason about the code. You can't reason about Turing complete code. And this is why compilers are chock full of all sorts of heuristics. Whereas, hopefully you guys understand this. If you have a Turing complete program that has branches all over the place, that has data dependent branches, it is completely impossible for a compiler to actually reason about it. Right? Whereas if you're running stuff that's only dependent on the data, so as soon as you add in arbitrary storage, you now have a whole caching pipeline you can't analyze. You now have dynamic cache. And of course, the way CPUs actually deal with this is by dynamic branch prediction. They don't try to do static branch prediction. They do it all dynamically. And the dynamics is pretty good. CPUs would be terrible at that branch prediction. But if you have stuff that the compute done only, the only thing that changes is the data, then everything is perfectly statically analyzable. You can perfectly figure out
all great, but it's all traps. When you think about what changes the real narrative of the future, what is going to make the world go like this and not like this? What is going to lead us to freedom instead of enslavement? And we're in one of three worlds right now. Okay, let's get a little abstract and philosophical, but we're in one of three worlds. This was all kind of object level tiny grad, okay? But we are in one of three worlds. One, we're dead no matter what. Three is we're alive no matter what. And two is we're dead or alive based on the decisions we make. Must act as if in world two. Okay. This is good. This is good. This is good to understand, so I'm not arguing with the straw man here. Build AGI, right? Why not work on military or combat technology? Military or combat technology for which side, right? Would you like me to work on military or combat technology for the Chinese, the Americans, the red state Americans, the blue state Americans, the Taiwanese, the Hong Kong freedom fighters, the Houthis, Israel, Hamas, the Ukrainians, the Russians? The problem with this is if you have technology, build tech that's inextricable. I need it from its narrative. Tech such that bad guys can only do what you want. This makes the problem a lot harder. This makes the problem that I'm working on a whole lot harder than just a problem of building technology. If all you're trying to do is build technology, you end up with, like, I mean, again, I'm gonna shill for like the old idea of crypto here. This is one of the real beauties of it. It doesn't. This is a zero-sum game. It's always been a negative-sum game. War is always negative-sum. But again, this isn't. Yeah, I think you need to demonstrate a profit. I totally agree with this. And this is, again, there's going to be early adopters and late adopters. There's going to be some people who simply, hear what I'm saying and are like, oh, this is the role I want to play in the future. Those people are going to be very few, but there's going to be people later on who are like, well, I saw Joe down the street and Joe's a moron and he's making lots of money running a GPU cluster. Okay, that's how you eventually get people, get lots of these things to exist. And it is the free market process with which the graph of percent of power used for data centers. Expected increase. Interesting. Software is eating the world. to borrow a slogan. I don't know what any of that means. All right. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. This is kind of the plan. This has always been the plan. People think I'm all over the place saying all sorts of crazy things. I've been saying basically some form of this now for many years. Oh, we got a paper on data center power. Let's see what we got. I don't have the graph that I wanted, which is just number go up. I think that data center compute will use an increasing amount of power in the same way we look at like population booms. They use hydrogen for power? Where are they getting the hydrogen? Purchasing tiny boxes and depreciating them, yeah, of course. You have to show a. I think right now, if you buy a tiny box and just put it on Vast AI, it pays for itself in probably 2 years. So if that's a time horizon that someone feels comfortable investing in, you can just go do this today. I think that, again, these marketplaces are very new and emerging, but there will be a grand world marketplace for compute. And what I really hope for, we got screwed with the clouds. Like AWS, Azure, GCP, like they all have their unique things that they're trying to sell, right? It's not like almost imagine that Linux or program like Docker containers. Like imagine Docker had a cloud, but it was decentralized in the way that I'm talking about, where you could just deploy long-running Docker containers anywhere. Like the abstractions in Docker are not quite tight enough to do this. The abstractions in like Nix are a whole lot better than Docker. Like in a lot of ways, the TinyRed project is the same thing for ML that Nix is for normal computer stuff. No, it's not workspace isolation. It's okay. Thanks to Deep 40K and OXHSN, I think the questions are. I can see you're getting bored if you're asking those kind of questions. This is boring. This is gonna take a long time. You know. This is it. I think this is kind of the who owns the future. To talk about some timelines, I think that we are still 15 years away from what a lot of these people think of as the singularity. Maybe a little less than 15 now. 13? I always stuck with 2038. So yeah, who makes the decisions? Right? Who is the final prompt engineer? And I don't think there is one. I think there's just a free market. And the thing about this free market is you're assuming that it's only going to be human players in this market. It's going to start to be AI players in the market. It's going to be AIs launching other AI jobs, getting other AIs to basically work for, okay, I hired these AIs, right? And in a much more fluid and economically efficient way. We can live in like we're not going to understand it. And maybe this is kind of where we are with the whole postmodernism, modernism thing now. It's easy for humanity to grasp a grand vision of building rockets and going to Mars. And like, this stuff's cool. Of course, I'm a human. I feel it. But the future's going to be wilder and weirder than that. I see a future where our society, our civilization is mouse civilization compared to their civilization. And I don't know, I think they'll have things that look basically like the free market, evolution. These aren't, like, markets are so fundamental to life. Game theory, economics, these are the master sciences for determining how these things will play out. And then, yeah, how do you if you can tip the gradient at all, right? You think about a bowling ball careening down a mountain, and it's building up speed and building up speed, building up speed, and that's kind of where we are in civilization today. If I can give it a little nudge, I'll try with my little nudge. Capitalism is always gradually escaping human control. I rewatched this recently, and a lot of it feels pretty out of date. But one of the things that I found interesting was when he talks about how the stock market is mostly I watched the video if you've never seen it, how the stock market's mostly a machine endeavor. And then I started thinking about that a little bit more. Do we already all work for the machines? Like, where is the locus of control? Where is the agency? I don't know. Maybe the reason we see... I saw a thing about... I don't know how I'll ever find this, but mental health issues becoming increasingly important to the younger generations. Yeah, because the world's more incomprehensible than ever. The world is incomprehensible. It's not even that comprehensible. Like, if it's not that comprehensible to me, what hope do a lot of other people have? I don't know. Is that arrogant? It's arrogant. Maybe other people will get it and just I don't. Everyone gets it but you. The GW data centers? What are the GW data centers? I thought about investing. I thought about, let's make a big, gigawatt data centers. Yeah. Maybe we're living under the abstraction layer that would show us the locus of control. I think we might be. It's already gone to the machines. But yeah, so this is what I work on. This is my lot in life. Everyone has a torch there, and this one here is mine. Everyone gets it but you. No one ever got it completely. You can't get it completely. You just tap into the moment for a little bit. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go do work. I'm gonna go program. I'm not gonna show you me programming, but to every hater, whoever says that I'm washed up, George doesn't even program anymore. He just comes on these streams and talks about bad political and philosophical ideas. To everyone who says that, show me your GitHub. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. It's the quiet work that moves civilization forward. Robust increase. Interesting. So this probably gets you to some decent maybe there's going to be something like 10,000 brains in the world. So people are working on distributed training kind of stuff too. If you saw a distributed training run. No, wow. All these search engines are so bad. If I do like recent distributed training run, is this gonna get it? No. There was just one on Twitter. Some people are doing a distributed, it's distributed across 4 data centers. They're doing like a 10 billion language model train. But I think this is one of the main misunderstandings of a lot of AI doomers. They think that all the AIs are going to work together and be on a team. They think that truly enlightened beings, for some reason, all see reality the same way and team up. And I think this is a fantasy colored by a political ideology, not a fact about the world. I think that you're going to have pretty much the same distribution of cooperate and defect this comes back to the end of my Yudkowsky debate, which is he thinks the prisoner's dilemma is solvable, and I think it's of course not. News Research is doing it. News Research is cool. We like them. Thank you for the link. No, didn't they actually? I don't know about this one. I remember this one being light on precise details. There's some people actually doing a run. Maybe they are using that. But regardless, it doesn't really matter. So if you have 10,000 brains in the world, what do they think about? So there's going to be a lot of people trying to rent seek. OpenAI right now is trying to rent seek. Everybody's trying to capture value. Everybody's trying to be the intermediary. So everyone is trying to rent seek. I think Sam Altman tweeted this morning. I don't know if he is self-aware. He's like, I'm using ChatGPT to clean up the picture of this walled garden that I want to build. And I'm like, are you are you trolling? Do you understand what a walled garden? So everyone is trying to rent seek. Our job is to stop them. I think that's kind of the best I can hope for. All right, when I think about what change I could actually potentially make in the future, if I could figure out a way, not forever, to make rent seeking structurally impossible. So I think one of the greatest, I think Satoshi is the postmodern, is like the postmodern hero, right? Elon has very Henry Reardon vibes, Hank Reardon. Like it's very Atlas Shrugged and modernist, which is cool, which is very cool, and I'm happy this exists. But that's not a postmodern victory. That's a modernist victory. The starship being caught in the chopsticks, it's very cool. What does it mean, though? The problem with things like this is they largely centralize power, and I don't want to go off on a again. We need to avoid what should, and we need to talk about what is. So everyone's trying to rent seek. Our job is to stop them, and I'm not talking about this in a highfalutin philosophical way. I'm talking straight up about, ChatGPT charge per month. There's nothing wrong with charging per month, but everything that charges per month. So cable TV originally had no ads. It was going to be monthly and have no ads, and then now it's monthly and there's ads. So you get enshittification. When they called it prime intellect. Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about. So what these things basically are is, my understanding is using algorithms that require less synchronization. And I think this is true. I think architectures are going to move more towards you'll have rollout workers and training workers, and the latency between these rollout workers and training workers can be large. So there was a very successful distributed training run. Wait, what? My understanding is this was trained across so ChatGPT charge per month, Claude charge per month. So you have a kind of stack, all in a stack. So you can think of like the stack as something like, at the bottom you have the silicon, right? And then TSMC is adding, let's say, 20%, and then we have NVIDIA adding 90%, right? And then there's, markups here, and then we have, so like there's something like Azure maybe adding something like 30%, and then we have OpenAI trying to add, XX% on top of it, right? Because that's not a because it's not a mature market. It's not clear what the margins are going to be. But so let's say the silicon has, let's say they have 20% margins too. The thing about these margins is they all stack. So I think I'm going to multiply this right. I don't want to pull an Andrew Huberman here. But I think that, so you start with paying $1, then you pay for the silicon, right? Then you pay for TSMC, then you pay for NVIDIA, then you pay for Azure, and then you pay for OpenAI. Let's give them a 10% margin. I actually think they're losing money, but that margin will get bigger, right? So a 4x goes to rent. Elon maybe talks about this in terms of the idiot index. It's you look at an H100 and you say, well, how much do the silicon atoms cost? Let's see what this website says about what rent seeking is. I don't think it necessarily, it's interesting, they only talk about it in terms of government. And it's not, yeah, I shouldn't say all profit margins are bad, right? So this one is, very high right now. This is where we're trying to compete. This one is VC subsidized. Subsidized. Did I spell that right? Probably didn't. So what it means to be VC subsidized is it won't stay. Think about the prices of Uber. I remember when Ubers were very cheap. Now Uber, not so cheap. I can see your chats. So let's think about this in the longer term future. I shouldn't say our job is to stop them. Let's just talk about the stack, because this is something that 4x goes to, I'm not going to call it rent, we'll just call it margins. Okay. I do have a ability to sit down and think about things and make plans, and I wish I was better at it. I wish I was better at thinking more clearly all the time. And you're going to try to watch my thought process here, and you can see if it's good or bad. So I guess a lot of my thoughts on TinyGrad are somewhat we can talk about the goal, and then I can talk about how I got there, and we can see if the goal actually makes sense. Build a free, fair, and simple to access market for thought. And it's kind of it sounds lofty and it sounds like bullshit. And if the next thing that I was going to tell you is you can purchase my token to access this market, you should be like, scammer, scammer. So what TinyGrad is a language to express machine learning jobs concisely. A compiler to compile these jobs to run on scheduler, well, okay, to determine the layout, order of the sub-jobs, to compile these sub-jobs to run on real hardware, a runtime to actually run the jobs. And you can see this, like this all exists in the TinyGrad code today. This isn't like stuff that will exist, this is stuff that already does exist. So I'll show you this example from TinyGrad to kind of understand where we're going. It's called Stunning MNest. Like, you have this, a few things are interesting about this example. You see that when I do my data sampling, so MNest is small and fits in the entire GPU, but just because something doesn't fit in the entire GPU doesn't mean you should have to express it in a different style. So you see that I first take all the samples. My dimensions of this tensor are steps and batch size. Now, here I loop over all the batches, but this is a Python loop. You really don't want this to be a Python loop. You really want this to look more like this, where I can specify the range to go across in, like, in the graph, not having to break the graph to do it. And then when you're left with this, so this is already true. I mean, we can actually go here and run Stunning MNest. So you see that until we schedule stuff, I'll run it with debug equals 1. Oh, it is opening the device early now. Well, that shouldn't really be happening. Oh, maybe it's opening the device, but it's not scheduling any kernels. It has to open the device, I guess, to it allocates the stuff there. But we could even push that allocation to later. So you see that it's not until you get through all the code. Oh, here we go. We have actually a check to make sure that no kernels are run during scheduling. So we only actually do anything at the end. And this loss thing is so that I can iterate and get the loss out, but I can say loss equals 0, and then it will actually schedule the entire thing as one shot. So it schedules all the batches together as one shot. It's only bad because I didn't do a lot of batches. So you know, we can raise the sorry, I didn't do a lot of steps, so we can like raise the number of steps to 30 or something, and then but see, there we go. There's a bug. Probably raise it to 20. Oh, can't even raise it to 20. Metal doesn't support large amounts of buffers, so yeah, we can use GPU backend. GPU backend does. So you see, we've scheduled now this many kernels to run, and eventually. So right now, because it's still written in this style, the kernels have to be scheduled like all in a line. It's not aware of this loop, but when it's written in this style, it will be aware of the loop. And I'll also note that this code is 2 lines shorter than this code. So you'll be able to specify the entire, there we go, I got a decent accuracy. The error in Metal is that Metal has a limit to how many buffers you can pass into a single kernel. So a language to express, now, entire. So imagine a language to express the entire GPT-4 training job. Well, let's talk about the Llama training job since they're open source. So I think we can actually Google and get some information on this. It's still called Google even though I'm using Perplexity. llama 3 number of training steps and batch size. So it was trained on 15 trillion tokens. This is so good. Imagine how long it would have taken me to find that information with Google. I'd have to go to the paper. We'd all be sitting here. Oh man, I love AI. So yeah, whatever. They have a micro batch size, but either way, it's this many steps and 4 million batch size. So you can specify, but only like 10 KB to spec the whole job. You can specify that entire job here. How many GPU hours were used and what's the approx cost? Well, come on. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, that's bad. I don't log into things on stream. It makes it harder to use things. I don't like that you have to log into everything. See? This is the rent-seeking shit. Alright? Perplexity should not do this. This is a huge mistake. Okay, so 7.7 million GPU hours. So, you know, you can, the whole $15 million job can be specified in 10 kilobytes. So imagine submitting that job to a marketplace. So when you look at right there with Perplexity and the rent seeking, imagine whatever Perplexity's job template exists in TinyGrid format. And then all you have to do is basically change one of the input tensors with the new thing, because these jobs will be so simple to specify. People will end up using this format. And then you say, okay, but you know, people aren't going to release the job template. And they might not, but a big advantage. A big reason the internet sucks today is the cost to maintain infrastructure. This stuff probably is the kind of stuff the Ethereum people are saying, but so you see me using Perplexity, even though I know how to run LLMs locally, even though I have a huge amount of GPUs in the cloud a huge amount of GPUs remotely that are mine. I'll still use Perplexity and I'll still use ChatGPT, somewhat because the models are better, but mostly because it's more convenient. So, you know, bring that convenience. I can't spell shit. Why do I have to go to the internet for this and send to all players, even the smallest? So once it becomes just a small job that you can submit, no remove infrastructure advantage. Save the internet. So our slogan since the beginning, our mission is to commoditize the beta flop. That's pretty much what I mean by that. I don't know what 23E8 is. Anybody who is selling something that anybody who's trying to build the market before they build the infrastructure, I don't think should be taken seriously. The market is very simple compared to the really hard work of building this kind of infrastructure. Now, a lot of people are building this kind of infrastructure. So how do you actually run this Llama 3 training job? Half of the challenge is this, and Meta's pretty open about it. Meta's released a lot of good stuff. Meta paper on Llama 3 hardware issues. See, this is bad. No, see, this gets me to go back to Google. Oh, it's even an offensive color. It's the same link. Where's the actual source? Is the Tom's Harbor article better? Okay, now can you show me the paper? Okay, so that's how long it took to find that. URL signature expired. Never mind, we haven't found it yet. Let's try searching for that. And then it maybe slowly finally loads. Is it in the Llama paper? Google outing your pink. It's my pink. It's in the Llama paper. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So they talk about all of these infrastructural difficulties with training Llama. Remove infrastructure advantage and save the internet. Don't allow rent seeking on infrastructure this time. So a lot of what's happened with like Google and like half of these SaaS apps that manage to charge you $20 a month, a lot of it has to do with like I want you to think for a minute about setting up a database. All right, so you want to set up like a MySQL database. Oh, well, that's easy. I'll just spin up an AWS node and set up a MySQL database. But okay, what if it scales beyond the one node? Okay, I'll make it a big node. I don't think we'll scale there yet. Okay, well, what about backups? All right, we're gonna need a solution for backups. All right, I wrote this script that lets me, it automatically backs up the database every night and stores it in this S3 bucket. Okay, well, what about, how do I make sure that script's actually running every night? We gotta occasionally restore from our backups. We're gonna need some monitoring. Okay, well, here we have a dashboard. We're using Datadog, and it's gonna send you a thing. and it's just such a pain. Okay, so now we have AWS will host your MySQL for you. But now what they can do is rent seek. The problem is that AWS MySQL is not commodity. S3 is not commodity, even when you're using S3. So we get a chance now with Software 2.0 to reinvent the all of this core infrastructure. We get a chance to build all new things. We get a chance to build them in such a way that they are taken for granted as free, in the way that Linux is taken for granted as free. AI infra must be taken for granted as free in the same way Linux is. So if you look at the Starship thing yesterday, how many Linux computers do you think there are on that thing? Like, I believe that it's infrastructure that moves the world forward. I think that the bigger arc of history, bigger than the rise and fall of empires, bigger than any, bigger than dynasties, bigger than political parties, bigger than any of these things, is the story of the growth of infrastructure. History is the story of infrastructure improvement. Does improvement have any? I can't spell. It does. You get a spell checker. Like of all the AI, I'm sure I can get some AI thing in there. This kind of sounds like Urbit. It has some similarities. Urbit seems very complex to me. It also seems an essay on economic theory. So is this kind of the? I mean, these are probably all rehashed ideas I've heard somewhere else and kind of synthesized. We're all not really doing reasoning, just like the LLMs. Probably worth reading. I think kind of economics is the master science. I think if you really want to understand the destiny of humanity, it's best to look at economics more than any other science. Cursor, but it just spell checks. Yeah, so look, this is kind of what I'm thinking. Some of it's frustrating, and I think that I get caught up in bike shedding a lot too. I think we all kind of do. I think that I'll fall for traps. It doesn't matter what country you're in. It doesn't matter what infrastructure, what physical infrastructure you build, because the physical infrastructure is commodity. What's not commodity is the software. The biggest place that the modern tech companies are capable of rent seeking is they have a database and then they put access controls in front of that database. Or they have a service, they have a commodity service and they put access controls in front of it. And it's that set of access controls that is, I'm practically pitching you the Ethereum project here. it's that set of access controls, and it's not that there shouldn't be access controls. Of course there should be. Of course you can't have an open database that anybody can read and write to. Even Wikipedia has a set of rules and a set of hierarchy. Right? Wikipedia has moderators. Wikipedia, you can't do it without that. So yeah, but the thing about Ethereum is anybody can go and read any contract and understand how the stuff works. Anybody can understand exactly what the rent seeking is, and anybody can fork. So you can take Uniswap and you can make SushiSwap. And it's that fork. Even if the fork doesn't happen, just the threat of the fork prevents rent seeking. You can't fork Google. You can only disrupt it, and Perplexity needs to get rid of that awful screen. Like, don't do that. If you're ever building a product, don't do that. What you need to do, I understand you want to make money. I understand you have you want to convert me to being a user. Doing that just frustrates people. It hurts your brand. Figure out how to use carrots and not sticks to get me to log in. I'm not sure about the national focus or anything like that. I think that if I want to, I don't beat Elon by starting a rocket company. I don't beat Elon by building a larger data center than he has for Tesla and XAI. If I win as a postmodernist. If I win through, I'm pitching you guys the Ethereum project here, kind of. I think there's some problems with the Ethereum project. I think that they get, I think that, the computer's not very powerful. I think that a lot of decentralization is not as important. Comma's not decentralized, right? So you kind of have a spectrum of this stuff. Comma's not decentralized, but it's forkable. It's forkable in both the software and the hardware. And the hardware's not open source, but it's forkable, right? There's people out there building competitive hardware, and this is how you build an ecosystem. Cheap ETH won't save Ethereum. Cheap ETH was just kind of my way of, I was making fun of the L2s. You can get into nuanced crap about crypto, like a lot of the L2 debate, and you see what happened in the ecosystem. It's all cheap ETH. And what do you think? What do you think Ethereum on the on Optimism or the other one are? It's a roll-up. It sinks the state. Well, it'll sink the state less often, so on and so forth. The whole thing is just building a bridge, and yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into the nuance of this sort of stuff. The basic idea is, our mission is to commoditize the pay-to-flop. AI infrastructure must be taken as granted for free in the same way Linux is. History is the story of infrastructure improvement, and the rent seeking slows that story down. Engineer 512, I think you're missing the point. The idea that I think that maybe the chat can be better if we only have the subscribers speak, because we all know that subscribers are better people than non-subscribers. I don't agree with this. I think that the world ends up in free markets anyway. You're paying a big cost to not have a free market. It's kind of like the economic theory about discrimination based on race and hiring. Like, you can do this, but you're paying a cost in order to do it. Okay. So I think I don't know why I'm listening to most of you in the comments. It's like, this is what I have figured out. You can believe me or not. You can join me or not. You can join the Tiny Grad Project. I think I've kind of laid out what the Tiny Grad Project is here. If you have any good questions about the Tiny Grad Project, I'm happy to answer them. But this is kind of my lot in life, at least for now. I work to improve this, and I work to make this possible. It's a language to express entire machine learning jobs concisely, like the entire Llama 3 training job. The schedule to determine the order of the subjobs. And I mean, you can imagine that scheduler being the marketplace. Hopefully everyone can kind of see how this becomes machine learning jobs. There's going to be there's not going to be a split anymore between training and inference. Like that split's increasingly going to go away. Remember that humans don't have a split between training and inference. So it's all just going to be throwing large amounts of compute at